Hello, my friend. Welcome to your sleep story. My name is Stephen Dalton. I'm an Irish storyteller, and it's my great privilege to be the voice that you listen to as you go to sleep tonight. As you might know, I love animals, as I know a lot of you do too. And so tonight, I decided to compile all of my stories that involve animals, including the Great Migration series, Alice the Bear and the Owl, and the story of walking my beloved dog Timmy in the rain. I hope you enjoy this compilation that features so many of our beloved animals of Earth. One small thing, I'd like to thank those of you who support my work on Patreon, and if you'd like to become a patron, the link is below this video. Okay, let's do the relaxation session now, which will take a few minutes before tonight's sleep story. I'm going to count down from 10 to 1, and as I do, allow yourself to let go more and more. 10. Feel the support of the bed beneath you, or the floor, or whatever you lie upon tonight. Really feel that support. And of course, the earth beneath that. The earth that is always supporting us. And as you become more and more aware of that support beneath you, allow it to help your body to let go a little bit more now, releasing a little bit more now. 9. Feel into your body. Notice where you may be holding still. Maybe there is still tension in your feet. Just release now. Maybe your lower legs. Maybe in your belly. Let it go. We often hold tension in our hands. Allow your hands to let go now. Or maybe it's in your neck and shoulders. Or perhaps in your face. Your body has worked hard for you today. It's time to give it rest. 8. You are safe. Allow my voice to be an anchor of safety tonight. To be a friend. To be a kind, welcoming voice that will never lead you anywhere that isn't safe. 7. The day is done. Whatever has been, has been. Whatever will be, will be. So whatever thoughts you may be having, about things past or things future. Those thoughts probably don't serve you right now. So if and when those thoughts arrive, don't fight them. See them for what they are. Just thoughts. And then imagine them like clouds on a starry night, passing by and disappearing, or leaves on a moonlit river, gently floating away. 6. Peace lives within you. It is always there. It is a part of you. It is just waiting to be seen, waiting to be found, waiting to be heard, waiting to be felt. It is your constant friend, if you choose to look for it. See if you can find that peace tonight. Five. You deserve rest. You deserve sleep. We all do. So now, allow that fact to help you ease into this moment more, to let go a little bit more, to know that you deserve this moment. This is your time. Four. Perhaps allow a little gratitude now. Gratitude for the shelter you have tonight. Gratitude for the breath in your body. Gratitude for the simple things. Gratitude for the ability to listen to this sleep story tonight. Three. Begin to engage with your imagination now. Two. Feel into your body one more time now. Make sure you're not holding on to anywhere. And 1. Completely letting go now. As I tell you tonight's sleep story. It's sunset in Monument Valley, and the red rock reflects the fading light of our nearest star. Our horses roam freely through this vast and rugged land. They are tired now after a day of walking, and they move gracefully toward the San Juan River to nourish themselves with water and cool themselves down after the heat of the day. The herd of horses is led by a very special couple. Thunderstrike, a majestic stallion, and his mate, Windflower, a mare of grace and strength. They arrive at the river. The gentle flow of the water beckons to them, and they make their way towards its edge. One by one, these humble, graceful, magnificent creatures lower their heads and savor the cool and refreshing taste of the crystal clear water. The water nourishes their bodies and rejuvenates them after their long day. Soon, the herd gathers together. They find solace in each other's presence. The bonds between them are unbreakable. These bonds that have been forged through shared adventures and their shared understanding of the wild world they live in. As the first stars appear above them, they stand together in a beautiful unity, their silhouettes blending seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. As night fully descends upon them, The herd find a sheltered spot. Beneath the protective canopy of ancient trees. They feel safe here. As they prepare for rest. The stars above them, their constant friends. The soft earth beneath them offers a comforting bed. And they lie down, forming a protective circle. That keeps them safe. Their eyes close. And the rhythmic symphony of their combined breathing fills the night air. Each horse find solace within their dreams. Time and space fade away. As they dream deeply. These horses, these wild horses, know no boundaries. Their hearts are free. They live and die by the power of nature. They live in a world so removed from our own, and yet they inhabit the same planet. They know nothing of the ways of humans, and they live by their own rules. Their existence is intertwined with the rhythms of the land. They are guided by an ancient wisdom passed down through generations. In their world, there are no walls, no fences, no restrictions. The open plains are their playground, and the towering mountains are their guardians. With every sunrise, the horses awaken to a new day of possibilities. They graze upon the sweet grasses, feeling the nourishment of the earth beneath their hooves. They gallop across wide, open spaces, as the wind carries their spirits to new horizons. In their world, there is no concept of ownership or possession. These wild horses share everything. The open meadows, the hidden watering holes, the shelter of ancient forests. Their relationships are built on trust and mutual respect. As the seasons change, they adapt. Their coats grow thick in the cold to shield them from harsh weather. Their instincts guide them to find shelter and sustenance. But now it is summer, and it's another morning in the west, and a storm is coming in. As the first rumble of thunder echoes through the vast, wild west, the horses' ears perk up in anticipation. They sense the gathering energy in the air. And a wild excitement courses through their veins. The storm is an invitation to embrace the raw power of nature. As the raindrops begin to fall, the horses gallop with abandon. Their movements are fluid and instinctual. But soon they find shelter. They find unity, drawing strength from each other's presence. They huddle together, their bodies form a protective shield against the elements. Their collective warmth and resilience defy the storm. They show that they are better together. The rain falls down on their sleek coats, cleansing their spirits and renewing their connection to one another. As the storm subsides, the horses stand proud, their bodies glistening with rainwater. They continue their journey across the vast wilderness. As their kind have done for thousands of years. Even the foals of the herd, the babies, have a dignity about them. They are inspired by the strength of their leaders. And in the aftermath of the storm, there is a pervading tranquility throughout the land. The horses find a group of trees to rest under the shade of a tree and nap. The warm rays of the sun filter through the branches and casts dappled patterns of light upon their bodies. And with each breath, as the horses lie down, their chests rise and fall in a gentle rhythm. And their eyes softly close. They are nature, and nature is them. And as they rest, their bodies absorb the tranquil energy of the land. Their muscles release tension, and their minds find respite from the challenges of their wild existence. These horses share a deep bond, a bond to each other and to the world around them. Their bond is woven with invisible threads. They move as one, their actions synchronized by an unspoken language that transcends words. They communicate through subtle movements and gestures. Their eyes speaking volumes as they share their joys, fears, and desires. They rely on each other for guidance, for protection, for companionship. In this vast wilderness, and so our horses move on through time and through the land, through this rugged terrain that connects them. In their unity, they find strength. They find resilience. And they find the enduring power of love. And it is this bond, this connection, that defines their existence and shapes their wild and wondrous journey through the heart of the Wild West. We leave them now as they settle down on a rainy afternoon, enjoying once again the protection of an ancient tree. Tonight, you find yourself in one of the most exceptional places on planet Earth, the Serengeti in Africa. As you sit in the back of the spacious Jeep, you take in the breathtaking sights of the Serengeti. The dust from the dirt road gently floats in the air, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. You feel so comfortable and relaxed in this Jeep, and your safari hat keeps you cool under the morning sun. The Jeep stops, and you look through your binoculars, scanning the horizon. Then, in the distance, you see something moving. You look even closer and realize your first animal that you have seen this morning is a magnificent elephant. You marvel at this sight and take a deep breath, feeling a wonderful sense of peace wash over you. Now the Serengeti is a world of its own, far from the hustle and bustle of the city. Here there are no tall buildings or paved roads, just the vast expanse of nature. Perhaps you feel privileged to witness this wildlife in its natural habitat, free and unencumbered. You read your guidebook for a moment, and it talks about the importance of preserving these beautiful lands for generations to come. You close your eyes, taking in the sounds of the wildlife and the gentle rumble of the Jeep as it begins to move again. You feel completely at ease. The Serengeti National Park really is a sanctuary for the animals that call it home. And you feel a sense of calm, knowing that they are protected here, and their natural beauty is preserved. As the Jeep moves deeper and deeper into the park, you catch a glimpse of something else in the distance. You take up your binoculars again. This time, it's a majestic lioness lounging in the shade of a tree. Perhaps you feel a deep sense of gratitude for being able to witness such a sight. This really is a rare privilege. The morning air in the Serengeti is very refreshing, and the cool breeze that sweeps through the Jeep is invigorating. The dry terrain and the green shrubs create a beautiful contrast that is indeed a feast for the eyes. You go to take out your camera to capture the moment, but then you stop yourself, and just in this moment, you decide to be fully present with what you see. You take some deep breaths, and you remind yourself that this is a moment that will stay with you forever. You close your eyes, and you feel the gentle sway of the Jeep, and notice the hypnotic sound of the tires rolling across the dirt road. You feel content and serene. The Serengeti is a place of wonder and beauty. And as you move slowly across the park, you feel yourself getting lost in the vastness of the landscape. The morning sun is still low in the sky and casts amazing long shadows across the terrain. You take a deep breath and feel the warmth of the sun on your face and the cool breeze on your skin. You smile, feeling grateful for this incredible journey and the memories that you will carry forever. The tour guide's keen eye spots something ahead, and so he brings the Jeep to a stop. He motions for you to look to your right, where a pride of lions is starting their day. You excitedly reach for your binoculars and catch a glimpse of a female lion staring back at you. Next to her, a great big male lounges lazily in the tall grass. They're hard to spot at first, because they blend in with the grass around them. But they become clearer as they begin to stroll along. As the lions get closer, you notice a couple of younger lions with them. The little spots on their sandy fur give them away as cubs, and you feel your heart flutter with excitement. You watch in awe as these beautiful creatures walk through the land, with the cubs poking their heads above the grass to see what's happening. This time, you can't help but take a couple of photos. And then your guide tells you a little more about lions. You hear that a pride is made up of lions that are related to one another, and the females rear their cubs together. The complexity of their social structure is fascinating, and you feel somehow welcome and safe here, and very grateful for the opportunity to witness these wonderful creatures firsthand. As the sun rises higher in the sky, the tour continues, and you're eager to see what other incredible creatures you'll come across this morning. The dust from the dirt road fills the air, and you feel the gentle sway of the jeep as it moves through the park. In the distance, you spot the unmistakable stripes of a herd of zebras. You're amazed at their beauty, with their perfectly symmetrical black and white stripes. You're not sure if it's black and white or white and black, but you're captivated nonetheless, and you can't wait to get a closer look. As the jeep stops and you look at the zebras, you're struck by the intricate patterns on their coats and how gracefully they move, almost synchronized together. You're mesmerized by their beauty, and you feel a sense of peace wash over you. As your tour continues, perhaps you're filled with a sense of awe and wonder at these incredible creatures that call the Serengeti home. Perhaps you feel humbled by them and the fragility of their world. As you watch the zebras graze on the tall grass, you're fascinated to learn from your guide that the stripes on their coats serve two purposes. They help the zebras blend in with their surroundings, making it difficult for predators to spot them. But they also help prevent pests, like little flies or other pests, from bothering them. You're amazed at the ingenuity of nature and feel further calmed by the beauty here. These zebras are so close. You don't need your binoculars this time. They curiously approach the jeep, and after determining that you're friendly, they all cross the dirt road in front of you. migrating to a different patch of tall grasses. They move so gracefully, their stripes shimmering in the sunlight. Perhaps you feel a sense of peace, knowing that these creatures are thriving in their natural habitat. You move further along, and soon you are greeted once again by the African elephant. This time there are a few. They are way in the distance, so you feel very safe. And perhaps you feel a sense of wonder at their sheer size. Their big, powerful strides seem effortless, and their long trunks swing softly between their ivory tusks. Their massive ears flap in the breeze, which act as fans to cool them off. You're in awe of their majesty and feel a deep sense of respect for these gentle giants. There are two elephant calves playing together, and perhaps you smile as the two calves cheerfully run around their mothers, like they're playing tag. How joyful it is to watch their innocence and exuberance. Perhaps you're reminded of the importance of protecting these beautiful lands so that future humans can experience the same sense of wonder that you're feeling now. And so these animals will always live in their beautiful part of the world. Your guide tells you that African elephants are the largest land mammals. They can stand anywhere between 8 and 13 feet and can live for up to 70 years. They play a vital role in their community. They dig up rivers with their tusks, which create water holes during the dry season. They also shape the terrain, which makes it easier for grazing animals like zebras to move throughout the landscape. Perhaps you're reminded of the importance of community and how in this natural world everything is so interconnected. As you watch the elephants, a sense of tranquility washes over you. The world seems to slow down, and you're able to fully appreciate the majesty of these magnificent creatures. It's early evening now, and you take a deep breath, feeling the warm African sun on your skin, and you allow yourself to be fully present in this moment. You travel further in your adventure. You see ostriches racing through the grass, which fills you with a sense of childlike joy. Perhaps you're reminded that life is not always serious, and that it's important to let go and have fun. You feel a sense of freedom and lightness, as if you're letting go of everything. As you drive towards your camp, you see hippos bathing in the water, and all manner of birds and other animals flocking around this life-giving source. The jeep continues on the dusty road, and as you get nearer and nearer to your camp, your eyes become heavier and heavier. The gentle sway of the vehicle lulls you into a peaceful state. The sounds of the nature add to the tranquility of the moment. The warm African sun, which felt so invigorating earlier, is now disappearing behind the horizon, and our nearest star feels soothing and comforting as it says goodbye to the day. The moon soon takes its place as you arrive in your camp, and your guide serves you a delicious meal while you sit around a campfire and listen to him tell you amazing stories, folk legends about his people surviving in this amazing land for thousands and thousands of years. Soon you feel very tired, and you retire to your beautiful bell tent that has been prepared for you. You close the door, and inside, you are completely shut off from everything outside. You feel so safe, and you lie into your luxurious double bed with rich cotton sheets, and you are comforted further by the nighttime sounds and the campfire outside. You feel gratitude for the day you have experienced, and you go to sleep with a great sense of peace deep within your heart. Good night, my friend. Sleep well. In a lush and vibrant rainforest, hidden deep within the heart of China, a beautiful and wondrous world teems with life and color. This enchanting place, rarely visited by any humans, is home to all sorts of wonderful creatures. The environment is spectacular. Towering trees, draped in emerald foliage, stretch towards the heavens, and they form a verdant canopy that filters dappled sunlight onto the forest floor below. In this place, there lives a unique and extremely special species, the giant pandas. These gentle giants live peacefully among the thick bamboo groves, their black and white coats standing out against the vibrant greens of their surroundings. Their days are what we might call quite relaxed. They feel very safe in their environment, and they spend their days leisurely munching on bamboo leaves and napping in the cool shade. These pandas take great pleasure in the simple things of life, living in this beautiful rainforest. Of course, they're not alone. They have lots of other animal friends living nearby. There are tropical birds of all kinds, resplendent parrots and toucans, adorned with feathers of radiant reds, blues, and yellows, flit gracefully among the branches, their calls echoing through the forest. Elegant egrets and herons wade in the shallow pools, their long legs and beaks poised in search of a tasty morsel beneath the water's surface. Not far from where the pandas live and sleep is a spectacular waterfall. Its crystal clear waters, cascading from high above, creates a mesmerizing display. The waterfall lands in a serene pool where animals of all shapes and sizes come to quench their thirst and bathe in the refreshing waters. It is quite a magical place. As the sun's rays catch the droplets, rainbows dance across the mist, which only adds to the beauty of the scene. It wouldn't be a rainforest without a few monkeys who frolic in the trees overhead, their playful antics a source of amusement for their fellow forest dwellers. Stealthy, clouded leopards prowl through the undergrowth, their dappled, beautiful coats provide them the perfect camouflage for hunting in the shadows. Colorful butterflies flutter among the blossoms, while industrious ants march tirelessly along the forest floor. There is something about this place, and all of the animals coexisting in harmony, that is quite special. This place is untouched, far away from anything you know, far away from all human activity. Here is a cozy, safe place for these wonderful animals to live their lives in peace. You might say that the pandas are the central character around here. Their presence, their peaceful presence, symbolizes the harmony and tranquility that permeates this particular corner of the rainforest. The daily rhythms of these gentle creatures are a testament to the balance that exists in this remarkable ecosystem. In this secluded haven, where the wonders of the natural world flourish undisturbed, the pandas and their fellow inhabitants thrive, their lives intertwined in an intricate dance of coexistence. So let me tell you now about our panda family. This particular family consists of a doting mother, a protective father, and their 2 mischievous cubs. We will observe them in real time, their daily interactions, and will paint a vivid picture of life in this enchanting world. A normal day for the pandas starts as the sun rises and casts its golden rays through the dense canopy above. The mother panda, May, awakens from her slumber, her gaze immediately falling upon her two cubs, Ling and Bao, who are still fast asleep, snuggled against her warm body. She gently nudges them, and their tiny black and white faces blink sleepily as they greet the day. The father panda, whose name is Shen, is already up and about, scouting the nearby bamboo grove for the choicest leaves. Shen has very strong teeth and jaws, and he strips the leaves from the stalks, which will make a delicious breakfast for his family. May watches her partner with appreciation, knowing that their survival and their baby's survival depends on their ability to find enough nourishment in the rainforest. Once Shen has gathered a sufficient amount of bamboo leaves, the family gathers together for their morning meal. The cubs eagerly munch on the tender leaves, their eyes shining with delight. Soon, with breakfast finished, it is time for some family fun. Ling and Bao run around the forest floor, and their parents look on with great joy in their hearts. Shen occasionally joins in, but he isn't as agile as his baby cubs, and so provides quite the amusement for his two young panda bears. May watches the frolicking with a contented smile and deep gratitude in her heart for her wonderful family and her safe, cozy environment in which they live. As the day progresses and the heat rises, the panda family take refuge in the cool shade beneath the trees. Ling and Bao are exhausted after their morning adventures, and so they curl up beside their parents for an afternoon nap. They are all safe here. They are all together, safe in their cozy rainforest home. They even have panda beds, cushioned, beautiful beds made from different bits of leaves and trees and different kinds of grasses. They are so comfortable, and each panda drifts off into such a lovely, restorative nap. As the sun begins its descent, and the forest is bathed in a warm, golden glow, the family of pandas stirs from their slumber, all ready for the evening's activities. They walk together to the serene pool by the waterfall. They love this place. It's so calming, so peaceful. And even though they live in nature, the water makes them feel even closer to the wonderful natural world. They drink from the clear, cool waters and have a splash about, the cubs delighting in the refreshing coolness. As you can see, their days are not particularly busy, and night soon falls, and the rainforest is filled with the chorus of nocturnal creatures. The panda family are now safely back in their little panda home in the middle of the bamboo grove. They lie together beneath the stars, and they listen completely present to the symphony of the night. Each family member secure in the knowledge that they are surrounded by love and protection. The sky above the panda family transforms into a breathtaking tapestry of celestial magnificence. The dense canopy of trees that shades them during the day still allows them to see the night sky above. Thousands of glittering stars adorn the velvety blackness, their twinkling light a reminder of the vastness of the universe beyond the rainforest's confines. Soon, the whole family is very tired and sleepy. Giant pandas like to sleep in the open under the shelter of the bamboo canopy. They like to be close to their food, and they like to remain attuned to the sounds and scents of the rainforest. The area where they sleep is carpeted with a soft layer of fallen leaves and moss, which only adds to the coziness of their bamboo grove. May, the mother panda, curls up with her cubs, Ling and Bao, and uses her large, soft body both as a pillow and blanket, which keeps them warm and safe. Shen, the father, sleeps nearby, protecting his family and keeping them safe. The pandas adopt a unique sleeping posture. They sleep on their side normally, with their legs tucked up against their body and their head resting on their front paws. This position allows them to conserve body heat and also maintain a sense of security while they sleep. Sometimes, when they feel particularly safe and relaxed, they may even sleep on their backs, their round bellies exposed to the sky. In the quiet sanctuary of the bamboo grove, the panda family finds comfort and solace. Their restful sleep providing them with the strength and energy they need to face each day in the enchanting rainforest that they call home. As the pandas sleep, the stars above them continue their celestial dance. Their shimmering light, a silent witness to the countless lives and stories unfolding within this magical rainforest's depths. There once was a farm. On first inspection, this was a regular farm. It had animals of all shapes and sizes. It had a farmer and his wife, and all of those storybook cliches. The barn, the owl at night, the pigs, the cows, you name it. When it came to being a farm, it ticked all of the boxes. But there was one very notable difference. There were no roosters. Can you guess why? Because on this farm, everyone liked to sleep in. In fact, everyone, including the animals, liked to sleep most of the time. Did I mention the name of the farm? It was called Sleepy Farm. Now the heart of Sleepy Farm was undoubtedly the farmer's house, a charming cottage with stone walls and wooden beams. It was a deeply comfortable place that him and his wife had created. It was adorned with wildflowers during spring and luminous fireflies during summer nights. Each season had its own magic, contributing its own touch of coziness. The farmer, a gentle man named Walter, and his wife, Mary, made sure that their home felt like a sanctuary, not just for them, but for every being that lived on the farm. The farm had been in Mary's family for hundreds of years, and when she married Walter, who had a passion for farming, their union was a good one. Mary had a calming presence and a nurturing spirit. She was kind of like a human embodiment of Sleepy Farm itself. She was one of those people that when you spend time in their presence, you feel immediately relaxed. She was very connected to the earth. She spent her afternoons tending to the vegetable garden or knitting blankets. Her actions, a meditative dance that often lulled the surrounding animals into a peaceful slumber as they watched her. Walter would join her whenever farm chores allowed to sip some chamomile tea and relish the quietude. They both deeply loved every animal on the farm and knew each by name, ensuring that each one was as comfortable and well rested as possible. Their bedroom was also a haven of sleep, with heavy curtains that blocked out the morning sun for those days, which were most days, when they felt like sleeping in. A handmade quilt, crafted by Mary's grandmother, graced their bed, and it was as if generations of sleep had been woven into its fabric. Lavender sachets were strategically placed around the room. Their scent acted as a gentle, aromatic lullaby for the senses. The kitchen, often called the heart of the home, really was that sleepy farm. It was cozy, warm and comfortable on every level. Copper pots and pans hung above the stove, and an assortment of herbal teas filled a whole cupboard, each offering different variations of relaxation. Mary would often bake lavender or chamomile cookies, the smell wafting through the air and working its soothing magic on all who inhaled it. Walter and Mary lived their lives at a pace that most would consider slow, but to them it was perfect, for they truly understood the pure and great joy of slowing down, of savoring each passing moment, and of creating a space so serene that it allowed every resident, two-legged or four, to find peace, and most importantly, restful sleep. Now, let's go and visit some of the animals who called Sleepy Farm their home. Daisy the cow was truly a creature of habit. Every night, as the sky began to darken, she'd leisurely make her way to her favorite spot under the old willow tree. It felt to her that the tree always welcomed her, with its sprawling branches into its embrace for her nightly ritual. As she settled down, the gentle wind would sway the willow branches, creating a soothing melody that whispered through the leaves. Daisy loved this spot, not just for its beauty, but for its scents. The earthiness of the soil, the freshness of the grass, and the subtle sweetness of the willow leaves above. her eyes would grow heavy with each deep breath, as if the very air was sprinkled with sleep dust. And before long, she'd be in a dream-filled slumber. Of course, sleep was very familiar to her, because she spent most of her days asleep as well, as did most inhabitants of Sleepy Farm. Now Oliver the pig, he was indeed a connoisseur of comfort. His muddy wallow was located just beside the old wooden fence, well shaded and well worn from many a night of blissful sleep. But it wasn't just any mud for Oliver. No, it had to be the perfect consistency. Too watery, and it wouldn't provide enough support. Too dry, and it wasn't as soothing. Once he found that ideal mixture of mud, which was often around sunset, he'd circle around, kneading it with his hooves, as if he were preparing a bed of the softest down, and with a satisfied grunt, he would finally settle down, tucking his little snout in the crook of his leg. The last rays of sun would cast long shadows as Oliver closed his eyes, enveloped by the warmth of his muddy bed and the stillness of the evening air. Barney the sheep had a cozy spot picked out for himself in the corner of the meadow. It was surrounded by tall, gentle grass that would sway in the summer evening breeze, almost like ocean waves lapping at the shore. He'd nuzzle into the ground, laying down in a fluffy cloud of his own wool, so soft that it was like he was cuddled up in a heavenly quilt. The rustling of leaves from a nearby apple tree would accompany the delicate hooting of the owl, who we'll meet a little later. It was a sound that Barney had come to associate with the approach of nighttime. As the moon would rise higher in the sky, casting silvery rays. Barney the sheep would close his eyes and breathe in the crisp, clean air. And it never took long before he'd drift into a serene slumber, his dreams as fluffy as the wool that encased him. Now Whiskers the cat was unusually for a sleepy farm, something of a night owl, but compared to other cats, he would sleep most of the night. He had a special nook for sleep. It was a wooden crate placed strategically in the corner of the barn loft, filled with straw that he'd kneaded and turned until it was just right. This elevated position not only kept him warm, but also gave him a vantage point to oversee his kingdom. He loved the quietness that fell over the farm at dusk, interrupted by the occasional call of the owl or the whispering wind. Whiskers' tail would twitch ever so slightly as he settled in, curling around himself and tucking his nose beneath his paw. The last thing he'd usually hear before drifting off was the faint, soothing sounds of the other animals settling down for the night. That and the distant twinkle of stars that seemed to wink at him through a small barn window were his lullabies. Have I mentioned Henrietta the duck? Well, she loved to nestle by the pond's edge. She had built herself an impressive nest from an assortment of reeds and feathers. Henrietta loved the gentle lap of water against the bank, a rhythmic sound that she'd come to rely on to carry her into dreamland. As she nestled into her nest, she'd listen to the soft calls of her fellow ducks and the peeping of frogs, all merging in to a peaceful, natural natural symphony. The water in the pond reflected the deep blues and purples of the twilight sky, and sometimes, if she was still awake, she'd catch the first stars coming out to play. When the moment came, Henrietta would give a satisfied quack, pull a few reeds over herself like a blanket, and drift off to sleep, secure in the knowledge that her cozy world would still be there when she woke. Not far from Henrietta lived Freddy the Frog, who had found his personal haven on a lily pad, floating in a secluded corner of the pond. The lily pad was just the right size for him to stretch out comfortably, and being close to the water had its own set of soothing sounds. Ripples, the distant splashing of fish, and the general murmur of water life. Overhead, the branches of a weeping willow dipped just low enough to provide a natural canopy, making him feel safely hidden from the world. As darkness fell, fireflies would start their nightly dance, casting fleeting spots of light on the water's surface. Freddy always felt at peace watching the spectacle, and with a final, contented croak, he'd tuck his legs under him and let the subtle ebb and flow of the pond rock him gently to sleep. Muriel the owl had a lofty perch high in the branches of an ancient oak tree, which stood like a sentinel near the edge of Sleepy Farm. She loved to watch the world from up there, particularly as the setting sun made way for the tranquil blues and blacks of night. Now, owls may be creatures of the night, But Muriel savored her rest just as much as anyone else. Her hollow in the tree was lined with a layer of soft feathers that she had shed over the years, creating an insulating bed that protected her from any nightly chill. Whenever the wind rustled through the trees, it would sound like whispered lullabies to her keen ears. Slowly, her eyelids would become heavy, and she'd snuggle into her hollow, fluffing her feathers around her like a cozy duvet, and off to dreamland she'd go. Henry the horse had a spacious stall in the barn, filled with fresh straw and adorned with a blanket that the farmer's wife, Mary, had lovingly crafted. This wasn't just any stall. It was strategically located near a window so that it let in the soft glow of the moon, casting dreamy shadows across the floor. The scent of hay and wood filled the air, comforting and familiar. The muffled sounds of other animals shifting and settling in their own corners of the barn were a nightly routine that Henry had come to find incredibly reassuring. When it was time to sleep, he'd circle in his stall a few times before lying down, his hooves tucking under him as he'd lay his head on a pile of hay that served as a pillow, and within minutes he'd be whisked away into dreams of galloping freely across meadows. Petula the dog was perhaps the coziest resident of all. She had a little doghouse near the farmhouse, but she rarely used it. Most nights, you'd find her on the front porch of the farmer's home, lounging on a plaid outdoor cushion the farmer's wife had made just for her. Petula had found that the cushion perfectly contoured to her body, giving her a sense of snugness that even the doghouse couldn't offer. Walter the farmer would often sit beside her for a spell, sharing the last moments of the day. A calm and quiet companionship as the sun would dip below the horizon. When night would fully envelop Sleepy Farm, Petula would listen to the chorus of crickets, a comforting, monotonous melody that acted as nature's lullaby. Even the distant hoots and ribbits seemed to contribute to this symphony of sleepiness. Slowly but surely, her eyes would get heavier, and her wagging tail would still. Petula would finally rest her head on her paws, letting out a contented sigh as she surrendered to the pull of sleep, certain that another peaceful, sleepy day awaited her when she awoke. As night fully descended on Sleepy Farm, a tranquil hush enveloped the land. Walter and Mary, after saying good night to each of the animals, even to Freddy the Frog, would retreat to their haven-like bedroom. The curtains were drawn, and the room was bathed in the soft glow of a single table lamp. With a gentle good-night kiss, they switched off the lamp and snuggled under their cherished quilt, allowing the scent of lavender to lull them into peaceful dreams. Outside, the barn and the farm were equally serene. Daisy the cow, already in a state of slumber, let out a contented sigh. Every creature, big and small, surrendered to the welcoming arms of sleep, as if Sleepy Farm was tucking them in for the night. The moon, full and bright, stood sentinel in the sky, casting a silvery glow that seemed to say, "Rest now, for tomorrow is another beautiful day. And so they did, each and every soul on Sleepy Farm, sleeping soundly, bathed in the comfort and love that only such a special place could offer. As the sun begins to set, casting long shadows over the earth below, the swallows prepare for their first night. They descend to roost in a secluded grove somewhere in England, a temporary haven where they can rest and recuperate. They settle in for the night, closely nestled together for warmth and safety. This first day of their journey ends with the flock intact, a community bound by instinct and the shared goal of reaching their distant home in the warmth of the southern lands. And while they sleep, let me tell you a little more about them. Swallows undertake these arduous trips twice a year from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere and back again. Throughout their lifespan, which can extend up to several years, this cycle of migration is repeated annually. A swallow might embark on this journey up to a dozen times or more. Each voyage critical for their survival, allowing them to escape the colder seasons. Our swallow is on her first migration. The drive behind these remarkable migrations lies really in the pursuit of optimal breeding conditions and abundant food sources. And swallows are built for these long journeys. They are built for speed and endurance. They can travel at speeds averaging 20 to 25 miles per hour. This agility in the air is complemented by their streamlined bodies and long pointed wings designed for long distance travel. During migration, A swallow can cover approximately 200 miles, or 320 kilometers a day, depending on weather conditions and the amount of wind. They do rest during their migration, but not in the same way humans do. Their sleep is brief and intermittent, taking advantage of safe roosting spots during the night, or even catching moments of rest while gliding on air currents. This ability to efficiently manage their energy reserves is crucial for the completion of their long journey. Communication among the swallows is a blend of visual signals and vocal calls. Their sharp, chirping calls serve various purposes, from signaling danger to maintaining cohesion within the flock during flight. Yes, in a way, they talk to each other. Visual cues, such as changes in flight pattern or body posture, also play a significant role in their interaction, especially in the dense formations of migratory flight. This complex system of communication is vital for navigating and coordinating their group movements across vast distances, ensuring their collective success on the journey. The next day, the swallows find themselves at yet another coast, the English Channel. The sunlight sparkles off the water, a vast, moving surface that mirrors the sky above. Here, our swallow and her flock encounter gusts of wind that challenge their formation, but they navigate these with skill, adjusting and realigning, always maintaining their direction. The swallows fly over vast ships traveling through the sea. Planes fly high above them. they see the human world, but they are happy in their one. By the third day, the swallows find themselves over the heart of France. They fly over vineyards, farmlands and forests, all now changing colors with the season. The flock, now well into their journey, has settled into a rhythm. Each individual bird, including our swallow, an integral part of the whole. There is much beauty below them, but these swallows remain focused, driven by the imperative to press on. They feed on the wing, catching insects in midair, a display of their agility and precision that fuels their long flight. On the fourth day, the terrain begins to shift as they approach the Pyrenees. The mountains rise from the earth ahead of them. It is a barrier that requires a significant ascent, but the swallows rise to the challenge, climbing higher into the sky, their bodies silhouetted against the mountain peaks. On the fifth day, as the swallows navigate the diverse landscapes of Spain, their resilience shines. The warmth of the Spanish sun bathes their wings and provides a much-needed boost to their spirits. This leg of the journey offers a mix of challenges and reprieves, with the birds expertly utilizing thermal uplifts to conserve energy. The terrain below offers a variety of landscapes, from dry plains that stretch towards the horizon to verdant valleys that promise abundant insect life for feeding. As they press forward, the communal bond within the flock becomes even more pronounced. Their communication keeps the flock cohesive and alert to both opportunities and dangers. Their path takes them across vast stretches of land, alongside rivers teeming with life, and past ancient towns whose inhabitants are unaware of the great journey happening above them. The swallows, for their part, are singularly focused on the journey, yet the world they traverse is so rich with history and natural beauty. Physically, the demands of the migration begin to manifest. The constant need for vigilance and the exertion of long flights test their endurance. Yet, the swallows are adept at finding moments of rest, seizing every opportunity to replenish their energy. Nightly roosts in sheltered trees or reed beds offer brief respite, a chance to sleep and recover before the next day's journey. Emotionally, our little swallow experiences a blend of anticipation and determination. The knowledge that each beat of her wings brings her closer to her destination fuels her resolve. And then, her first sight of the Mediterranean Sea serves as a powerful motivator. As our little swallow advances, the landscape beneath her begins a dramatic transformation. Now the Mediterranean Sea lies beneath her and her flock fly over it with determined grace. The blue of the water, a calm and beautiful sight. The coastline of North Africa now is in view. Here is the continent where they will find rest. Here they are greeted by such a diverse landscape. From the lush green strips along the Nile River, where the ancient Egyptians once flourished, to the vast Sahara Desert. Its sands a sea of gold under the blazing sun. They pass over the Atlas Mountains that stretch across Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. Their peaks reach high in the sky, some capped with snow, others bare and rugged. The swallows navigate this varied topography with ease. Their journey, an aerial dance that brings them through valleys and over peaks. They glide over the great city of Marrakesh with its vibrant markets and historic medinas. From above, the city is a labyrinth of red and orange, a patchwork of life and activity that has stood here for millennia. As they continue their journey, the swallows pass over the expansive Sahara. This desert is a place of stark beauty and extreme conditions, and it challenges the swallows with its vast, uninhabited spaces and the shimmering heat that rises from the sand. Yet, even here, in the midst of the desert's silence, the swallows find a way. After traversing the vast and varied landscapes of North Africa, the swallows continue their journey southward. The flock and our little swallow are now seasoned travelers. They have become adept at reading the signs of the sky and the earth. Crossing the equator, a significant milestone in their journey, the swallows encounter a world where the seasons are reversed. The air gradually warms. They fly over the equatorial rainforests, a canopy of green so vast and dense, it seems like a world unto itself. The air here is humid and filled with the calls of exotic birds. Our little swallow has never seen such birds and finds this world altogether fascinating. As they move beyond the dense greenery of the Congo Basin, the swallows begin to see the landscape morph once again. The savannas of East Africa stretch out below them. Vast plains dotted with acacia trees and teeming with wildlife. The sight of herds of wildebeest, elephants and zebras moving across the land is a reminder of other grand migrations that occur on the earth. Eventually, the swallows reach the southern tip of the continent. The first sight of South Africa brings a surge of energy to the flock. They know where they are going as they fly over the Limpopo River. Its waters a lifeline in the dry landscape, marking the final leg of their journey. The landscapes of South Africa are diverse, from the rolling hills and vineyards of the Western Cape to the rugged coastline formed by the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. It's here, in these rich and varied environments, that the swallows will find their winter home. Here, our little swallow that we have followed for all this time is met with a world that is alive with the promise of the southern hemisphere's spring. The air is filled with floral scents, and the land is awakening to the new season. Our swallow feels a sense of renewal. Her long journey, her first migration, culminating in this moment of arrival. She swoops and dives over the landscapes that will be her home for the next few months. Her flight, a celebration of the journey's end and the beginning of her stay in the southern lands. Here, along with her flock, she will rest, feed, and thrive, basking in the warmth and abundance of South Africa, before the cycle calls her northward once again. As the sun dips below the horizon at the end of their first South African day, a calm settles over the swallows. The exhilaration of their arrival gives way to a peaceful anticipation of the night's rest. The sounds of the day fade, replaced by the gentle lullabies of the night. The distant calls of nocturnal creatures, the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the quiet lapping of water at the shore. One by one, the swallows fall into a restful state, their bodies relaxed and their breathing slow and steady. In this moment, there is no need to fly. No need to navigate the vast skies. They have nothing to do, nowhere to go. There is only the gentle embrace of sleep, a well-deserved rest that envelops each bird. Here, in the heart of South Africa, they have found a refuge, a home. And now they sleep, the shared relief of their safe arrival, cradling them into a peaceful slumber. The salmon takes in the world around it. It knows that now is the time. Time for change, and time for a great adventure. as it floats near the surface of the vast North Atlantic. The water teems with life. The ocean currents swirl with promise. This salmon, with scales that catch the sun's fleeting kisses, is on the cusp of a journey that is both very ancient and deeply personal. For this salmon, the call to embark on this journey is as much a part of it as its gills are for breathing. It is an urge within the salmon that fills its being with a sense of purpose and determination. The world that it has known in the ocean, vast and teeming with life, has been its home, its training ground. But the call is undeniable, pushing it towards a destiny that is written in its very DNA. The ocean, a world of blues and greens, stretches endlessly around it. A frontier that has nurtured its kind for eons. Yet, within this expanse, the salmon feels a solitary pull, a kind of beacon calling it to venture into unknown waters. This will be no small feat. It will take courage, a courage that beats in the heart of every salmon making this voyage. As it begins to swim, each stroke propels it closer to its ancestral rivers, the very rivers where its life began. This is not just a migration, it is a pilgrimage for this salmon, a return to the sacred waters of Ireland, where it will lay the groundwork for the next generation. The history of its species is a saga of relentless perseverance, a continuous cycle of life, death, and rebirth that is played out over millennia. The salmon is acutely aware of the importance of its journey, a journey that many like it have done before. As it navigates through the open sea, each wave, each current carries with it something of its ancestors, urging it on, reminding it of the great adventure that lies ahead. In this moment, the salmon is more than a mere creature of the sea. It is an adventurer, a seeker, an explorer. As it comes closer to the river's mouth, the salmon notices the change in its surroundings. The open ocean gives way to a more constrained environment. Here, the water starts to freshen, mixing with the cool streams flowing from the land. This mingling of salt water and fresh water is the salmon's first sign that it's on the right path. The salmon encounters a variety of other marine life on its journey towards the river. Schools of smaller fish dart by, glinting like living silver in the water. The salmon, focused and undeterred, continues on its path, respectful of the life that teems around it, yet singular in its purpose. Now nighttime in the ocean brings a new world to life. The darkness is not complete. The moon shines from above and lights the way for the salmon. It swims through the night, guided by stars as well, hidden above the water's surface and the deep internal compass that knows only the call of the river. The cool, dark water envelops the salmon, a solitary figure on a grand quest, moving steadily towards the promise of renewal and life anew. As dawn breaks, the salmon reaches the mouth of the river, the gateway between two worlds. Here, at the edge of the river, the salmon pauses, taking in the fresh, peaty scent of flowing water, the sound of the river's flow, a gentle welcome. It's a threshold and a crossing. It is both an end and a beginning. The river ahead promises challenges, but for now, the salmon lingers at the confluence of two worlds, readying itself for the journey upstream, where the cycle of life awaits to unfold once more. With the vast ocean behind it, the salmon begins this journey, entering the river with a sense of purpose that fuels each stroke of its tail. The river, with its cool, clear water, offers a stark contrast to the deep, saline waters of the Atlantic. This is a world of flowing currents, of rocks and pebbles smoothed over by time, and of light that dances through the leaves of trees lining the riverbanks, painting the water's surface with moving patterns of light and shadow. The salmon moves with determination, its body perfectly adapted to navigate the challenges of the river. It feels the current against its scales, a constant force to be reckoned with. But the salmon is strong, its muscles honed by years in the ocean. The river flow is a guide, a path that leads ever onward, and the salmon follows it, instinct guiding it towards the place where it will lay its eggs. As it travels, the salmon encounters various inhabitants of the river. Trout dart out of the way, while dragonflies hover above the water, their wings a blur of motion. Every so often, a heron stands statue-like at the water's edge, watching the salmon with keen eyes. But the salmon, focused on its mission, pays them little heed. And the journey upstream is not without its obstacles. Rapids challenge the salmon's strength and endurance. The water, churning around rocks and boulders, and the salmon must navigate it with care. But she is adept, using her powerful body to leap over barriers and push through the strongest currents. And of course, these moments of struggle are interspersed with stretches of calm, where the river widens and the water flows gently, allowing the salmon a brief respite. Nightfall brings a different aspect to the river. The sounds of the forest grow louder, a chorus of nocturnal life that accompanies the salmon on its journey. The cool water feels different at night, more mysterious perhaps. Yet the salmon does not stop. It continues under the cover of darkness, driven by an unyielding instinct to find the perfect place to lay its eggs. This place must be just right, a spot with the right combination of gravel for the eggs to nestle into, the right flow of water to oxygenate them, and the right protection from predators. The salmon's entire journey, its very existence, has led to this moment, and it will not rest until its mission is complete. And of course, as the salmon forges ahead, it is surrounded by the beautiful, magical landscape of Ireland. The river that the salmon is traveling in winds its way through rolling hills and verdant valleys, where the green is so vivid it seems almost surreal. These are ancient lands, steeped in history and myth, and the river itself, in some ways, feels like a moving story, moving through the heart of Ireland. On either side of the river, lush meadows stretch out, dotted with wildflowers that sway gently in the breeze. The air here is fresh, filled with the scent of earth and growth, a sign of the fertile lands of Ireland. Occasionally, the river skirts the edge of dense forests. The trees, standing beautiful and proud, and the canopy provides a dappled shade over the water, creating pockets of coolness that the salmon appreciates as it moves steadily upstream. Every so often, the river broadens, and the salmon passes by small villages where stone cottages nestle against the landscape, as if they were born from the earth itself. Smoke curls lazily from chimneys, and the sound of laughter and life drifts down to the river. The salmon, though focused on its journey, senses the presence of humans, a relationship that is both ancient and complex. The terrain becomes more rugged as the salmon travels further inland. The hills growing into mountains that reach towards the sky with stoic grace. Here, the river carves its way through rocky gorges, the water clear and fast, challenging the salmon, yet providing a path through the heart of the wild. The beauty of this place is stark, a landscape shaped by the elements, where water and stone have danced a long, eternal waltz. Above, the sky stretches wide and blue, a vista as ever-changing as the river below. Clouds drift lazily across the horizon, casting shadows that roll over the hills like gentle waves. After navigating the diverse and rugged landscapes of Ireland, the salmon finally senses it has arrived at the destined place. A serene, sheltered spot in the river that feels just right. This location is distinguished by a gentle curve in the river, where the water flows steadily but calmly, providing the perfect environment for the next generation to thrive. Here, the riverbed is composed of fine gravel and pebbles, meticulously arranged by the flow of the water over countless seasons. The depth is ideal, not too shallow to expose the eggs to predators, and not so deep as to prevent the necessary oxygenation of the water. Overhanging branches from nearby trees offer additional protection, casting shadows that cool the water and conceal the nest from the watchful eyes of birds. The salmon begins the careful process of creating a redd, the nest where its eggs will be laid. Using its tail, the salmon gently scoops and shifts the gravel, creating a depression in the riverbed. This task is carried out with a precision that belies the salmon's natural instincts. Each movement contributing to the preparation of a safe haven for its offspring. Once the redd is ready, the salmon deposits its eggs, each one a tiny orb of life potential. The eggs settle into the gravel, hidden from view and protected by the river itself. The water here is rich with nutrients, carrying food for the hatchlings that will emerge, ensuring that they have the sustenance they need to grow strong enough to begin their own journeys. As the salmon completes its task, there is a sense of completion in the air, a moment of quiet accomplishment. The cycle of life, so evident in this act of creation, shows the determination of the salmon. Time passes, and the river, ever patient, cradles the future within its gravel beds. As the seasons change, marked by the ebb and flow of life along its banks, a transformation occurs beneath the water's surface. From the eggs laid by the salmon in the carefully chosen redd, a new generation begins to emerge. These are the alevins, the first stage of life for the salmon. The alevins grow, and their forms become more defined, more salmon-like. They rise from the gravel, and now are called fry and they are ready to face the river's challenges. This part of their journey can be a little dangerous, but the fry are equipped with instincts that guide their survival. They seek shelter among the riverbeds, rocks, and plants, and the river in turn offers lessons. Currents teach them to swim, to conserve their energy while navigating the flow. They learn to find food in the form of insects and small crustaceans, a skill that will serve them well throughout their lives. This time is crucial, a period of rapid growth and development, where each day brings new challenges and opportunities. As they grow, the fry transform into smolts, their silver scales reflecting the world around them. This transformation also signals the beginning of their journey downstream towards the ocean that awaits them. The smolts group together, drawn by an instinct as old as the river itself, ready to embark on their great migration. The journey downriver is a test of their resolve and their adaptability. The landscape through which they travel is ever-changing. They pass through stretches where the river runs clear and fast, tumbling over rocks and creating frothy rapids. They navigate through quieter sections where the water spreads out and meanders, bordered by reeds and willows that dip their branches into the flow. The smolts are small, but together they are a collective force, moving with the river's blessings towards an unknown future. This journey is not just a physical one. It is a rite of passage, a transformation that prepares them for the vastness of the ocean. With each mile traveled, they grow stronger, more adept at surviving in the world. And as they reach the estuary, where the river meets the sea, they pause, acclimating to the change in salinity, to the taste of the ocean on the edge of the tide. Here, at the threshold of two worlds, they prepare to take the final step into the vastness that awaits, ready to continue the cycle that has guided their species through time. Among the group of smolts transitioning to the open sea, one salmon stands out. This individual, marked by a unique pattern of scales that glint under the sunlight, embarks on a journey that extends far beyond the river and the estuary into the expansive, cold waters of the North Atlantic. This migration, a monumental trek, is driven by an age-old instinct to seek out the nutrient-rich feeding grounds that will support its growth into adulthood. The destination is the vast maritime expanse off the coast of Greenland. This is a journey that spans thousands of miles and countless challenges. As our salmon leaves the estuary behind, it enters the open space, a world vastly different from the river it has called home. Here, the concept of distance takes on a new meaning. The ocean's vastness is both daunting and liberating. The salmon, now a solitary traveler in the immense sea, relies on its keen instincts and the subtle cues of the marine environment to navigate. It tunes in to the Earth's magnetic field, a natural compass that guides its path across the open water and follows the cold currents that lead northward towards Greenland. Throughout this journey, the salmon undergoes remarkable physical changes, a transformation that prepares it for life in the open sea. Its body becomes more streamlined, its muscles more powerful, enabling it to cover great distances. Its coloration shifts, blending with the deep blues and greens of the ocean. It's a solitary journey, and each individual's migration is one of great resilience and strength. After a month or so, the salmon arrives in the waters off the coast of Greenland, which are rich in food sources, teeming with small fish and shrimp and other marine organisms. It has found itself in a world of abundance, where the efforts of its long migration are rewarded with the sustenance necessary for its continued growth. Here, in these cold waters, the salmon will spend the next phase of its life growing and preparing for the eventual journey back to the rivers of Ireland, to the river where it was born, where the cycle of life will begin anew. In the quiet of a lush, dense forest in central Mexico, where the air is filled with the gentle rustling of fir trees, one monarch butterfly awakens. This butterfly, with its vibrant orange wings outlined and veined in a delicate black, is a sight to behold against the green of the forest. It is early morning, and the forest floor is dappled with sunlight, filtering through the canopy above. This particular butterfly, distinguishable by a unique pattern of spots on its lower wing, is on the cusp of its first birthday, an age of maturity for monarchs, marking it as a survivor. It rests among thousands, yet it is about to embark on a journey that is entirely its own. The world around this butterfly is a microcosm of life, buzzing with the activities of other creatures and the natural rhythm of the forest. It's a cool morning, and droplets of dew cling to the edges of leaves and petals, sparkling in the slowly rising sun. Birds chirp in the distance, a background melody to the quiet flutter of butterfly wings. This butterfly, having spent the winter months in the protective embrace of the forest, is preparing for something monumental. But for now, it basks in the tranquility of its surroundings, feeding on the nectar of nearby flowers, gathering the energy it will need for the long journey ahead. As it flits from flower to flower, the butterfly is quite unaware of the role it plays in a much larger story of migration and survival. It is a creature of the moment, living a life dictated by instincts honed over millennia. The forest, with its ancient trees and vibrant undergrowth, is a silent witness to the beginning of an extraordinary journey. As our monarch flutters about, it plays a vital role in the ecosystem that extends far beyond its delicate wings. This butterfly, like many before it, is a pollinator, a crucial participant in the cycle of life that sustains the forest and its myriad inhabitants. As it moves from flower to flower, it carries pollen, facilitating the reproduction of plants. This seemingly small act contributes to the health and continuation of the forest itself, ensuring that flowers bloom, seeds spread, and new life takes root across the landscape. The significance of its impending journey is profound, both for the butterfly and the environment it impacts along the way. The migration from Mexico to the northern reaches of the United States and Canada is not just a feat of endurance. It's a vital ecological event. The monarch's migration helps to maintain the genetic diversity of their population, which is essential for the health and resilience of their species. Moreover, by pollinating plants over a vast geographical area. They support the health of ecosystems across the continent. This journey also acts as a barometer for the health of the environment. Our butterfly, then, is more than just a traveler. It's a connector of habitats, a carrier of life from one place to another. As it prepares to leave the forest behind and embark on its epic journey, it represents a link in a chain that stretches across continents and generations, a living symbol of nature's complexity, resilience, and beauty. In the quiet of the forest, as it gathers strength for the journey ahead, the butterfly is surrounded by a world that thrives because of creatures like it. The significance of its migration extends far beyond its individual effort. It is part of a grand, ongoing story of survival, adaptation, and the intricate balance of life on Earth. As the warmth of the mid-morning sun fills the forest clearing, our monarch, along with countless others, senses the time has come. There's a palpable shift in the air, a silent signal understood by all. With a grace born of nature, the butterfly lifts into the air, its wings catching the light breeze that marks the beginning of an extraordinary journey. This initial leap is a gentle yet determined ascent, joined by a cloud of monarchs, each embarking on the same path northward. On this first day, the collective aim is modest. They will cover a distance of roughly 25 to 30 miles, a significant feat given their delicate form. Their flight path takes them over varied landscapes in northern Mexico, rural farmlands, small villages, and patches of wild forest. From their vantage point, high above the ground, but not beyond the reach of the tallest trees. The world below unfolds in a patchwork of colors and textures, a living map only they can read. Flying at altitudes that range from just above the treetops to several hundred feet in the air, they are guided by the sun and the Earth's magnetic field. The view from their lofty heights is a panorama of the waking world below. Fields of wild flowers in bloom, rivers meandering through the landscape, and the occasional glint of a car moving along distant roads. All these pass beneath them as they continue their journey. Our butterfly flits and glides on air currents, conserving energy for the long journey ahead. It is a dance of endurance and efficiency, perfected over generations. Beneath them, the world is a vast, unfolding canvas, alive with the movements of other creatures and the slow, steady pulse of the natural world. Here, in the open sky, there is a sense of freedom and purpose, a unity of mission, shared among the multitude of wings. As the sun begins its descent toward the horizon, signaling the end of the day's journey, the butterflies look for places to rest. They descend upon a secluded grove where the branches of oak and pine offer shelter and respite. The air here is cool and fresh, carrying the scent of earth and the faint aroma of blooming flowers, a natural perfume that fills the twilight. The grove is alive with the sounds of the evening, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, the soft calls of birds settling for the night, and the distant trickle of a stream. These sounds create a lullaby for the weary travelers, a serene backdrop to their rest. In this tranquil setting, the butterflies find their perches among the leaves and branches, clustering close for warmth as the air grows cooler with the night. Butterflies, including our monarch, don't sleep in the same way humans do. Instead, they enter a state of rest or torpor, where their metabolism slows and they become less responsive to external stimuli. This period of inactivity conserves energy essential for the continuation of their journey. Throughout the night, they will remain motionless, clinging to the branches, their vibrant wings closed and camouflaged against the natural surroundings. This rest period lasts until the first light of dawn begins to warm the air. For about 10 to 12 hours, the butterflies are in a state of quiet rest, a pause in their epic journey. The grove, a temporary haven, is silent, save for the occasional flutter of wings as one repositions, or the nocturnal sounds of the forest's other inhabitants. As dawn approaches, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, gently warming the air. The butterflies, our monarch among them, slowly rise from their state of torpor. They bask in the morning light, their wings absorbing the warmth needed to energize for the day ahead. The grove, once a place of restful silence, now hums with the anticipation of the new day's journey. The air is filled with the promise of continuation, the cycle of flight and rest, as the monarchs prepare to take to the skies once more. Over the following days, our monarch and its fellow travelers continue their northward journey, each day, bringing new landscapes beneath their delicate wings. As they leave the dense green canopies of Mexico's forests, they begin to encounter the varied terrains of the Mexican plateau. Here, the landscape is a mix of agricultural lands and arid areas, dotted with cacti and brush. The butterflies, flying at altitudes that allow them to utilize thermal currents, glide over these expanses, conserving their energy for the long journey ahead. Soon, they reach the more challenging portion of their migration, the Sierra Madre Oriental mountain range. These mountains present a formidable barrier, but the monarchs are undeterred. They navigate the updrafts and winds, sometimes flying at altitudes of several thousand feet to cross over the peaks. From their vantage point, the rugged beauty of the mountains unfolds below them. Forests, rivers and valleys that stretch as far as the eye can see. As they continue northward, the Gulf of Mexico comes into view to their east. While they do not cross this vast body of water, its presence is a constant companion on their right, its waters glinting under the sun. The sight is breathtaking from their aerial perspective. A vast, shimmering expanse. Entering the United States, they fly over the flat, fertile lands of Texas. Here, fields of wildflowers in bloom provide not only a riot of color, but essential nourishment, allowing the butterflies to feed and gather strength. This part of their journey is critical, as the food they find here fuels their flight further north into the heart of America. Their path takes them over the Great Plains, a vast sea of grasslands that offers little shelter but is crucial in their migration. The landscape is dotted with small towns, rivers, and the occasional forest. Each day, as they cover distances of up to 50 or 100 miles, depending on the winds and weather, they are drawn forward by an ancient instinct, leading them toward their breeding grounds in the north, where the cycle of life will begin anew. After several days of tireless journeying, our little monarch and its companions arrive at a stunning location in the United States, a lush, verdant valley nestled within the rolling hills of the Ozarks. As they descend, the landscape unfolds in a breathtaking display of nature's artistry. Wildflowers in a myriad of colors blanket the valley floor, their fragrances filling the air and promising a rich bounty of nectar. Streams meander through the terrain, their waters clear and sparkling under the sunlight, bordered by tall grasses that sway gently in the breeze. Here, in this serene oasis, the butterflies begin to rest. They land delicately on flower petals and leaves, their wings slowly closing as they settle in for a well-deserved pause. The sunlight filters through the canopy of trees, casting dappled shadows and creating a mosaic of light and color on the ground below. The air is alive with the sounds of nature, the gentle babble of the streams, the soft rustling of leaves, and the calls of birds create a symphony of peaceful sounds. The valley is a haven for wildlife, and as the monarchs rest, they are joined by other inhabitants of this beautiful place. Deer venture into the clearings, their movements graceful and unhurried, as they graze on the lush vegetation. Squirrels dart among the trees, and birds flit from branch to branch. Among the floral abundance, bees and hummingbirds are busy at work, and as the day wanes, the monarchs remain in this idyllic setting, their bodies recovering from the exertion of their journey. They cluster together on branches, creating clusters of orange and black that stand out against the greenery. As night falls, the valley is transformed once again. The sounds of day giving way to the quiet of night. The monarchs, along with the valley's other nocturnal inhabitants, settle in for the night. The air cools, the stars emerge, and for a brief time, all is still. After weeks of steadfast journeying, covering over 2,500 miles, from the dense forests of central Mexico, our monarch butterfly and its companions reach their final destination. They arrive in a sprawling meadow located in the lush landscapes of southern Canada, a place of wild beauty and serene tranquility. This meadow, bordered by dense forests and dotted with clear, bubbling streams, is a paradise for the weary travelers. The journey has taken them nearly 2 months. The air here is fresh and filled with the sweet scents of a multitude of flowers. Milkweed, asters, and goldenrods, offering abundant sources of nectar. The sun bathes the meadow in a warm, golden light, its rays gentle and welcoming. And as the butterflies descend, the landscape seems to embrace them. Its colors and textures a perfect complement to their own. They flutter from flower to flower, their movements slow and deliberate, savoring the abundance of food and the relief of having reached their destination. For our monarch, this is a moment of relief, a time to rest and to revel in the accomplishment of the long journey. There is a peace that comes with arrival, a satisfaction in having completed an arduous task. And here, in the safety and seclusion of this Canadian meadow, the cycle of life will continue. Our monarch butterfly finds its place of purpose. Its journey, vast and arduous, now culminates in a moment of creation, the laying of eggs on the tender leaves of milkweed plants. These plants are not just a source of nourishment for the butterflies, but a cradle for their future. The monarch, in an act of precision, deposits its eggs on the underside of the leaves, each one a tiny pearl of potential. This act is one of instinct, driven by a force that has guided generations of monarchs before. The eggs, so small and fragile, are left in the care of the meadow, under the watchful eyes of the sun and sky. In the days that follow, the meadow continues to be a sanctuary, not just for the adult butterflies, but for the new life that they have ushered into the world. As time passes, the eggs hatch. These little caterpillars now, striped in black, white, and yellow, grow rapidly, feeding on the milkweed. This stage of their lives is one of transformation, preparing them for the metamorphosis that will soon turn them into monarchs. In the shelter of the milkweed, cocooned from the world, the caterpillars weave themselves into chrysalis, their forms obscured by the delicate green casings. Inside, a miracle of nature unfolds as the caterpillars undergo a profound change, emerging days later as butterflies, their wings folded against their bodies. As these new monarchs unfurl their wings for the first time, tasting the air of the meadow with their first flights, the cycle of life continues. The meadow, once a place of arrival, now becomes a place of departure. As these butterflies, born of a journey and resilience, prepare for the day when they too will embark on their own great migration. I love my dog. I love being in his company. I love so much about spending time with him. And really, my favorite thing to do with him is to be in nature and to walk with him. Every single day since he was a little puppy, I have walked Timmy. We have our routine. We have our way of doing things. We have a silent understanding. In the forest where I walk Timmy, I take him there every morning, and we always start the walk the same way. We start by climbing a hill, and at first I enjoy taking some deep breaths, just to remind myself that this is my time as well as Timmy's. But of course, it is Timmy's favorite part of the day. But in this moment, I choose to be very mindful. I turn off technology, and I hear the sounds of the world around me. And today, it is raining. There is something about the rain that I love. There is a cleansing that happens, a freshness that it brings, a lightness even. And there is something so deeply calming about the sound of it. as it falls on the leaves around me. Timmy doesn't seem to notice the rain. The only time I become aware that he has even noticed it is when we get home and he shakes his body side to side to get rid of the excess water. But other than that, I think he is happy just to be outside. He has his usual places that he smells. I once read that dogs can tell so much from the smells around them. They can know individual dogs by the smell, and people, of course. But their world is a world of smells. And as I walk with him, I always try and imagine what it is like for him in his little head. I know his eyesight isn't as good as mine, but his hearing and his sense of smell are far beyond mine. I also once read that you shouldn't bring your dog on the same walk every day. So as we move into the forest, I do try to take different routes so that Timmy doesn't get bored. Although he never looks bored here. He loves it. He loves the freedom. It's funny, but when we are at home and sitting in our apartment, he looks happy, content, cozy. But when we are outside, here in the forest, he looks like he is meant to be here, like he is of here. Maybe I do too. We are, after all, nature ourselves. We are of this earth. And as I look around at this earth, as I walk through this beautiful forest, I stop when Timmy stops, and as he sniffs around the base of the trees, I look up at them, these beautiful oak trees that have been here longer than I. And I sometimes imagine what it would be like to arrive on planet Earth from a far-off world and see trees for the first time. We as humans are so used to them. But if you were to see them with fresh eyes, wouldn't they be astonishing? These giant structures emerging from the ground beneath them. And despite their tallness, they seem so humble. They seem like they don't want anything. They are so self-sufficient and so giving, of course. Anyway, I continue my walk with Timmy. I always find as I walk, and I deliberately become mindful, that ideas and thoughts that I need to have arrive. It's like when I choose to allow my mind some clarity, the right thing comes along and fills in a space. Timmy has offered me that, because I know without him I would not walk this forest every single day. Maybe I would go once a week, but Timmy needs to be walked each and every day, morning and evening, and in the middle of the day too. And so I find myself walking and walking. And apart from the moments when I'm talking to Timmy, I am gifted with these moments of contemplation. In the evening walks, I allow myself a podcast or some music or an audiobook. But in the morning walks, I allow nothing but this quiet peace to exist between myself and my dog, and this communion to exist between myself and the world around me. Because I have walked this walk many times, I have seen it in every season. There is something in that, I always think. To see a place change day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year. I have seen this place in the deepest of winter, when the snow falls heavy. I have seen this place when the first buds of spring appear and the birds begin to sing louder. I have seen this place in the full bloom of summer, when you can hardly see the sky for the green leaves above. And I have seen this place in the rich redness and orange of autumn. And so has Timmy. For Timmy knows this place better than I do, I would say. He knows its smells. He knows its sounds. He knows the textures underfoot, all with more clarity than I could ever imagine. He even knows its tastes. And as I walk with him each day, I dwell on our enduring companionship. It's like he was always there, always a part of my world. The faithfulness a dog can bring you is like something I never experienced. Of course, with humans, we have deep trust and faith. But maybe with a dog, it is the innocence that comes with that faithfulness that makes it so unique. Whatever it is, I have come to know that it is so special. I had a dog growing up, a dog I loved as well. But now that I am a man, I suppose I have a different understanding of the relationship between human and dog. As a child, you just accept these things as a given. But as an older human, you question it. You think about it. You wonder about it. And it isn't a given that these little animals should show us such kindness. It is a relationship that has been forged through millennia. It is deep within us. Timmy came into our life quite unexpectedly when he was only a little guy. I wasn't sure I wanted a dog at this particular point in my life. But from the moment he arrived, I never wanted to leave him alone. When I have to go away, I find it hard. We are very close. And it is on days like this, as I walk through the forest, the rain falling on my jacket, that I feel very grateful for everything in my life. Not least of those gifts is Timmy. I stop for a moment, and I just breathe in, breathe in the smells around me, and I breathe out, allowing myself this time, allowing myself to let go of plans and worries. I'm allowed this time. I'm allowed to have this headspace. I'm allowed to have this little friend who accompanies me now through life. There is something about having a dog that is like having a warm hug always with you. No matter what the world throws at you, there is always that soft little creature who doesn't judge you, who doesn't think badly of you, who is only kind to you. There is a lot to be said for that. Now I pick up a stick and throw it for Timmy. Oh, how Timmy loves to chase a stick. He will run and run and run. He has so much energy. And his face lights up when I throw the stick. It is a way of us communicating, a way of us saying to each other, okay, let's play now. And we run together. And it's like he's smiling in those moments. He is faster than me, that's for sure. But he always comes back. But I can never get him to drop the stick. It's always a tug of war. Something I haven't managed to train him to do, among other things. But I try. We both love being in this forest, being away from it all. Here I have nothing to do but walk. Walk and walk and walk. I have no obligations but to be there for Timmy. I have no phone to answer, no people to talk to. I hardly ever see anyone else there, so I don't have to care about how I look. There is a freedom in all of that, a freedom of just letting go and being with my little dog in nature. I sometimes think as I walk about the life in the forest, the millions and billions of little microorganisms that live in the soil, the networks of roots between the trees, how they sustain each other, how they warn each other, how they nourish each other. I look at the young trees and wonder if they'll make it to become big trees. I look at the big trees and wonder how long they have stood there. What have they seen in the history of the earth? What great moments have they been alive for that I wasn't here for? I look at the strength of their trunks, and sometimes I marvel at how they can stand through all kinds of weather. I then get to my favorite bench, and Timmy comes and sits next to me. He knows the drill. He will sit quietly while I do my meditation. This is where I get even more mindful. I feel my body sitting in this space. The rain falling from above, landing on my skin. The soft breeze. I notice my heart beating. I notice my breath as it enters and leaves my body. I notice the sounds around me. the sound of the rain falling on my coat, the sound of the rain falling on the leaves, the sound of the rain falling on the soft earth. I notice my thoughts that come and go. I don't fight them. I don't judge myself for having them. They just arrive and then go. And I notice the presence of Timmy. If he wasn't here, I wouldn't enjoy this moment as much. And there is a softening that happens within me, a gentle releasing of lots of tension, both in my mind and my body. And once I have finished my meditation, I move towards the end of our walk. I'm not sure if Timmy knows when we are reaching the end of the walk, because he always seems so happy. But he must. He is so used to the routine. Someone told me recently that dogs know much more than we think they do. And I believe that. And so I often talk to Timmy, wondering what he understands and what doesn't make any sense to him. He is a constant source of fascination for me, and I know that we have many, many walks to come. And I know that each and every one of them will be different in their own little way, kind of like Timmy, different in his own little way. And from this place, allowing in your mind's eye to see a beautiful beach, a beautiful boat, and a beautiful adventure right in front of you. It's time for your sleep story. As you step aboard the small but sturdy boat named Serene Tide, perhaps you feel a sense of elation. The boat is docked in a secluded cove off the coast of the Maldives, a tropical paradise that promises the experience of a lifetime. With the smell of salty sea air filling your nostrils, you gaze out at the crystal clear azure waters that seem to stretch forever out in front of you. The boat's engine hums to life, and you're on your way, cruising smoothly across the ocean's surface. The captain is a seasoned sailor with a wealth of oceanic knowledge, and she assures you that the spot you're headed to is not just safe, but also a haven for marine life. As you make your way further from the shore, the sky above you turns into a tapestry of pastel hues, soft pinks and oranges blending effortlessly into the sky above. This signals the approach of dusk. Eventually, the boat slows down and anchors in what seems to be the middle of nowhere. But you feel safe, and you put on your snorkeling gear and look around you. You take some deep breaths here, breathing in this moment, in and out, in and out, in and out. Now it's time to take the leap into the ocean. You go slowly, moving your body more and more under the water. You have a diving partner with you, and all the while you feel completely safe. Below the water's surface lies a breathtaking world. A world far from all you know. This is a place where worries don't exist, where peace abounds, where you can be whoever you want to be. Here it is teeming with vibrant corals, schools of colorful fish, and undulating sea plants that slowly sway with the rhythm of the currents. You go a little deeper, and as you do, you feel a little more relaxed, guided by a soft beam of sunlight that penetrates the ocean's surface. You feel safe here. You feel at peace. Maybe you even feel cozy. And then you see them. A family of humpback whales, gracefully gliding through the water. Their sheer size is perhaps unlike anything you have seen before. You've seen them on the TV, but to see them up close is something else. People describe these types of moments as being life-changing. But until you actually experience this type of thing for yourself, other people's experiences are merely words. You watch the whales. Their movements are delicate, almost balletic. The youngest, a calf, stays close to its mother, occasionally venturing a little distance away to curiously inspect a school of passing fish. Maybe your heart swells with joy, and your entire being relaxes as you simply float there, a humble guest in this spectacular underwater kingdom. The whales seem to acknowledge your presence. Their eyes meet yours for brief but special moments that feel like an eternity. You hear them sing as the sun above gradually says goodbye to the day. Maybe it's a ritual when our nearest star moves beyond the horizon, that the whales acknowledge it with song. Who knows? Their song is like a lullaby. Allow it to resonate with the core of your being. You know, humpback whales are seasoned travelers. They embark every year on one of the longest migrations of any mammal. In 1 year, they journey thousands and thousands of miles from cold polar waters, rich with food, to the warmer tropical and subtropical oceans, where they breed and give birth. The mother whale that you watch now might have traveled as much as 16,000 miles this year, just to find the ideal conditions for her beautiful calf. Now, these voyages are not just geographic. They are also a rite of passage for the whales. The calf will stay close to its mother for about a year, learning the ropes of ocean life. During this time, the little calf is fed with rich, fatty milk, so it can grow strong and prepare for its own long journeys ahead. And what journeys they are! Moving through complex ocean currents, learning the sophisticated songs that humpbacks use for communication. Every day is an education for this young whale. The song you hear them sing is a product of millennia of evolution, a unique form of communication that humpback whales use, not just to speak to each other, but also to attract mates and ward off rivals. Each song is complex, lasting for many minutes, and features a variety of clicks, moans, and whistles. You know, every male in a population sings the same song, which evolves and changes over time. As you watch the whales, maybe something within you softens. Maybe a new level of respect and admiration for your underwater companions becomes more apparent. You see them, and they see you, and you all feel safe. Safe in the company of each other. Safe in the arms of Mother Earth. You are here in this phenomenal moment. You breathe in and out, and perhaps you begin to sense something you have never before sensed. Perhaps you feel joy within you, a joy that elevates you beyond any worries or fears that you have ever had. This deep connection to nature elevates you to a different plane of existence. The serenity of the moment perhaps envelops you like a warm, gentle hug. A deep-seated joy that feels like your soul is dancing in harmony with the universe. You look around you, and as you feel a sense of weightlessness in this underwater world, you see these gentle giants swimming alongside you. They seem to understand, to share in this extraordinary moment. Perhaps you are the first human they have ever encountered. Their eyes show deep wisdom. They are knowing and kind. and their immense bodies move with an elegance that defies their size. It's as if they're inviting you into their family, even if it's just for this brief, enchanted time. As you continue to float, completely immersed in this natural world, this ethereal blue world, the whales start to display an intricate dance, a choreography that seems as ancient as the oceans themselves. The calf spins and twists in the water, enjoying the sensation of becoming familiar with its home. The mother and father whale accompany it, completing the family circle. You remain a silent observer, and yet perhaps you feel as if you're part of their dance. Your soul twirling in unison with theirs. Perhaps you feel a deep sense of calm as these magnificent animals show acceptance to you. Then, maybe a thought appears. The joy that you're experiencing isn't foreign. It has always been within you. It's as if the ocean, the whales, the fading sun, they are all coming together to awaken this dormant happiness, to remind you that life, in its purest form, is a miracle to be cherished. In this moment, you are offered a connection to something greater, something beyond human comprehension. It elevates your spirit. As you continue to float in these calm waters, you dwell deeper on these majestic humpback whales. For it is not just their present-day lives that are so awe-inspiring. It's their age-old connection to the earth itself. These great animals have been on this planet for millions of years. Perfecting their art of survival and communication. It's kind of humbling to think about it, that humpback whales have seen ice ages come and go, species come and go, and witnessed continents drift. And yet, they've remained largely unchanged. Their basic form and life strategies proving to be a successful match for the challenges of oceanic life. If the earth had a memory, whales would be one of its most cherished chapters. A consistent narrative in an otherwise very changeable story. And their connection to this planet goes beyond mere survival. These creatures that you look upon now play an integral role in the ocean ecosystem. They contribute to its health in ways that are both subtle and vital. Their movements churn the waters and redistribute nutrients and oxygen. They are, in a very real sense, the Earth's oceanic gardeners, tending to the health of the seas by their very existence. And of course, their songs that vibrate through the ocean, traveling vast distances and serving as a mysterious form of connection between separate parts of Wales. Some people even believe that these songs are a form of collective memory, a way for the whales to share the wisdom and experiences gathered over countless generations. Now it's time to go back to the water's surface and say goodbye to your friends. This experience brought you into the moment, into a very real and beautiful moment, and it will stay with you forever. Maybe you will see your whale encounter as something far more than just a thrilling adventure. Perhaps you will allow yourself to see it as a spiritual experience, a brief yet profound connection with some of Earth's most ancient and magnificent beings. Maybe it serves you as a reminder that you and the whales are both children of the same planet, bound by the same natural laws, and subject to the same cosmic fate. As you float back to the surface, the whales look towards you, and it is as if their eyes, their kind eyes, bid you good night. You know, and they know, that you will always be a part of each other. The sky above the water's surface has turned a deep indigo, speckled with the first stars of the evening. You make your way back to the boat, climbing aboard. As the engine softly comes to life. And as you lie back in the boat, maybe you realize that you are bringing something invaluable back with you. A new understanding of the word and the feeling of peace. A new understanding of joy and a connection with the earth that you'll carry in your heart forever. You reach the beach, and the little boat drops anchor. You walk the rest of the way to the shore. This beach is beautiful. And you take some time here to lie down on the soft sand beneath you. You feel so safe. And you look to the night sky above. And the stars shine from thousands and thousands of light years away. But there is a constancy to them. It is like they are friends, watching down on you, keeping you safe. Maybe you feel like the night sky is a cozy blanket. And out there, not too far away, under the gentle waves, are your other friends, your whale family. And as you lie here, your eyes feel heavy. And you begin to count the stars that you see above you. You know you won't count them all, but you can keep counting. 1, 2, 3, until you fall asleep. Once upon a time, in a cozy forest, where streams whispered secrets to the wind, and streams hummed lullabies, lived a little girl named Alice. Alice lived with her loving granny in a small little wooden house that almost seemed to hug you the moment you walked in. Now every morning, after a breakfast of warm porridge and honey, Alice would set off into the forest to meet her best friends, an intelligent owl named Winston and a big-hearted bear called Alexandra. Now Winston was known for his wisdom and often enjoyed reciting all sorts of stories about the forest, while Alexandra was the most playful bear you'd ever meet. His laughter would boom through the forest like a jovial thunderclap, and together they were an unlikely but inseparable trio, and every day was a new adventure waiting to happen. On this particular day, it was, I believe, a Tuesday. The air was filled with the intoxicating aroma of blooming wildflowers, and the forest seemed even more beautiful than usual. As Alice walked down the familiar forest path, she felt a little tingling of excitement. Today was special, not just because it was a Tuesday, but because she would see her friends. And Winston had sent her a message through a nightingale that they were planning something. A forest day of joy, he called it. Good morning, Winston. Good morning, Alexandra. Alice greeted them both as she arrived at their usual meeting spot, a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. The tree leaves rustled as if sharing in her enthusiasm. Alexandra lumbered over, his big paws thudding softly on the forest floor, while Winston swooped down from his perch, landing gracefully on a tree stump. Good morning, Alice, they chorused. Winston's feathers were slightly ruffled in excitement, and Alexandra's eyes shined like twinkling stars. And so, the preparations began. Alexandra had gathered berries, and Winston was looking forward to telling all sorts of stories. But what was most extraordinary was the thing that took Alice's breath away. The owl and the bear had erected a simple yet enchanting canopy made of vines and flowers, which hung from the trees and created a magical space in the middle of the clearing. This was a lovely place from which to begin their day of joy. Yes, the three friends were simply inseparable. Once they were together, there was nothing wrong with the world. And even if things didn't go their way, as a trio, they could handle anything. Today was going to be the most special day that they had ever had. And so, they began to walk and fly through the forest. The trees and flowers greeting them as they walked. For in this forest, everyone knew everyone. Good morning, Alice, said Daisy the daisy. Good morning, Daisy, said Alice. Good morning, Alice, said Iris the iris. Good morning, Iris, said Alice. Good morning, Alice, said Violet the violet. Good morning, Violet, said Alice. Alexandra led the way as they happily continued their walk, each step just making them feel even more and more relaxed, even more and more overjoyed at the adventure that lay ahead. This forest was more than just a collection of trees and plants. It was a community, a home filled with friends both big and small. As they walked further, even the babbling brook that meandered through the woods seemed to greet them. "Good morning, Alice, Alexandra, Winston," it seemed to murmur as they passed by. Alexandra's heavy paws splashed a bit of water onto some pebbles, making them chime like tiny bells. Winston, usually reserved, couldn't help but hoot a jovial melody. Alice, Alexandra, and Winston finally reached the heart of the forest, where the trees seemed to create a perfect clearing, a sanctuary where the sunlight poured in like golden honey. The bear began to lay out the berries he had gathered earlier. Plump and juicy, they glistened in the sunlight. A simple yet heartwarming feast. Winston, who was usually more interested in knowledge than food, found himself eagerly pecking at a few berries. It's amazing how something so simple can bring so much joy, Alice said, her eyes twinkling as she took in the beautiful scene before her. Alexandra agreed. It's the simple things that are often the most special, because they come straight from the heart. Winston added his wisdom. Remember, the forest teaches us that life is a cycle, and every moment is a gift. We should treasure these gifts and not take them for granted. The forest seemed to echo Winston's wise words. The wind rustling the leaves like applause. Feeling satisfied and enlightened, the three friends decided to play a game of hide and seek. Now, Alexandra was, unsurprisingly, not very good at hiding, being a bear, but made up for it by being an enthusiastic seeker. Alice and Winston found incredible hiding spots up in trees and under bushes. They all laughed until their bellies ached. Each round of hide and seek ending in a joyful group hug. They continued to play games throughout the day, enjoying not just each other's company, but the company of the trees, the sky, and the other little animals that called the forest home. But the best part of the day was still to come, for these three were rather fond of the daytime, but they loved when the moon came out and the stars shone from above, offering a cozy blanket in the sky. The three friends were feeling a little sleepy now, but so happy in each other's company, feeling safe and sheltered. Winston perched himself on a low-hanging branch, his eyes twinkling with wisdom under the soft glow of the moonlight. So, would you both like to hear a story from my younger days? He asked. Alice and Alexandra nodded eagerly, their eyes wide with curiosity. Very well, Winston began, ruffling his feathers as if preparing for a grand tale. When I was just a fledgling, not yet wise, and still exploring the mysteries of the night, I became curious about the moon. Why does it change shape? I pondered. Why does it hide some nights and shine so bright on others? So, young and naive, I decided to fly as high as I could to ask the moon these questions myself. Winston paused, his gaze becoming distant as he remembered that adventurous night. I flew higher and higher, my wings growing heavy and the air thinning, until I realized I could go no further. Just then, a cloud appeared beneath my tired wings and kindly offered me respite. And as I sat there on that friendly, comfortable, cozy cloud, I understood. The moon wasn't hiding or changing. It was simply a part of a bigger cycle, one that I was still a bit too young to understand. Concluding his story, Winston looked at his friends and said, "The lesson here is that wisdom often comes from understanding our limitations and respecting the natural cycles that are greater than us. Sometimes the questions we ask are not as important as the journey we take to find the answers." Alice and Alexandra listened intently, captivated by Winston's tale. As he finished, they felt a newfound sense of respect for their wise friend and the beautiful world that they lived in. Alice looked at her friend the owl and said, "That's an incredible story, Winston. Thank you for sharing it." And after a moment of silence, filled only by the distant hooting of another owl and the gentle rustling of leaves in the nighttime breeze, Alice cleared her throat. "Would you like to hear a story of mine? It's a tale my granny told me when I was very young." Eager for another story, the bear and the owl nodded. Alexandra even settled down on his haunches, as if preparing for a long listen. Alice began. "This is a story about kindness and how a small deed can change someone's world. A long time ago, a little mouse lived in our forest. Everyone looked down on her because she was small and seemingly insignificant. One day, the forest was hit by a terrible storm, and a massive tree fell, blocking the river. The whole forest was in peril. If the river overflowed, it would flood our homes. Her eyes widened for emphasis as she continued. Everyone tried to move the tree. Bears, wolves, even the elk. But it was too heavy. Just as hope was fading, the little mouse came forward. She nibbled and nibbled, using her tiny little teeth to cut through the smaller branches. Inspired by her courage, the other animals joined in. Working together, they finally managed to move the tree and saved the forest. Alice paused, letting her words sink in before concluding. The lesson is, never underestimate the power of a small act of kindness or the creatures who offer it. We all have something to contribute, no matter how insignificant we think we are. As she finished her story, the clearing seemed to be filled with an even warmer glow, as if the moon itself was pleased with her tale. Both Alexandra and Winston sat quietly, pondering the lessons they had learned. Now, they started to walk back towards Alice's house, and on the way, because they all felt very sleepy, Alexandra the bear decided to tell his friends a very sleepy tale. The bear cleared his throat, and a deep and gentle sound seemed to resonate with the very trees around them. I have a tale that my Mama Bear used to tell me, Alexandra began, his voice softening as he spoke. It's a tale that brings peace and sleepiness to restless cubs. Long ago, in a distant forest, much like ours, lived a cloud. This was no ordinary cloud. It was a sleepy cloud. During the day, Sleepy Cloud watched the forest animals play, learn, and explore. But at night, it had a very special job. The bear paused for effect, his eyes twinkling in the soft moonlight. Once the sky grew dark and the stars came out, Sleepy Cloud would float gently over the homes of all the animals, sprinkling down a delicate mist. The mist had a magical quality. It carried the essence of lavender, of chamomile, and, most importantly, the essence of dreams, the sweetest kind of dreams. Every animal touched by the mist would feel their eyes grow heavy, their hearts fill with peace, and their minds drift into the most wonderful dreams. As the bear told the story, his voice took on a rhythmic quality, like a lullaby dancing on the breeze. The sleepy cloud never asked for thanks or recognition. It found happiness simply by bringing restful sleep to the tired souls below. And in the morning, the cloud would drift back into the sky, merging with the daylight clouds, content in the knowledge that it had given the forest another night of restful sleep. The gentle and kind bear concluded his tale by saying, like Sleepy Cloud, we all have a unique gift to offer, even if it's just making someone's life a little bit more peaceful. or a little bit more restful. Sometimes the best gifts are the ones you can't see, but can deeply feel. By the time Alexandra the bear had finished his story, the three friends had almost reached Alice's home, their hearts full and their eyes heavy. The wisdom and comfort of each other's stories hung around them like a warm blanket, guiding them toward a restful night. After ensuring that little Alice was safely back in her cozy wooden home, the bear and the owl said good night to each other and went their separate ways. The bear ambled toward his own abode, a spacious den nestled against the roots of an ancient oak tree. A cozy combination of leaves, moss, and fur made a soft bed within the den, giving it a welcoming aura. The entrance was covered with large branches, making it a warm, private sanctuary where Alexandra felt most at peace. Winston, on the other hand, took flight toward a tall pine tree where he had built his nest. His home was an intricate weave of twigs and soft feathers, situated on a sturdy branch that gave him a panoramic view of the forest. The nest was designed to cradle him perfectly, and from this lofty perch he could observe the moon and the stars as he settled in for the night. Alice, too, lay in her bed under a quilt and stitched by her granny. her room was illuminated by the soft golden glow of a bedside lamp, casting dancing shadows on the walls and filling the room with warmth. As her eyes grew heavy, she thought of Alexandra's sleepy cloud and Winston's wise moon, and she felt grateful for the lessons learned and the love shared among her and her friends. One by one, they each fell into a deep, restful slumber, their dreams filled with friendship, wisdom, and joyous new adventures waiting for them in the forest they called home.